Okay. It is 5 o'clock, and I'm going to call this to order. Can we take roll call?
Councilmember Gama,
Here.
Councilmember Hernandez,
Here.
Councilmember Perez,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez,
Present.
Mayor Rollins,
Here.
all present.
Okay. Are there any general public comments about the closed door session?
I did not receive any written public comment, and there are no comment cards received either.
Okay. City Attorney, can we get what the two closed session items we'll be discussing in closed session?
Absolutely. There are two agenda items for closed session tonight. Both are conference with labor negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6. The agency designated representatives are Brad Connors, City Manager, Charles Peretz, Deputy City Manager, myself, City Attorney, Steve M. Bernliner, Special Counsel, and Doug Johnson, HR Consultant. The first agenda item on the agenda is the Port Wineme Police Officers Association, and the second agenda item is a Service Employees International Union. However, I would like to make a recommendation that we handle the SEIU matter first, given the fact that I anticipate at least one council member recusal.
Do we have to make a motion on that, or can we just?
It's no motion is required. It's within your purview as mayor.
Well, I think that's a good way to go. So at this point, we're going to close the session. It is now 5:03. Close session. I'm, my mic's on. It should be on. Can you folks hear me? My mic says it's on. Okay, great. Okay, thank you for waiting. We had a little bit longer closed session, but we're glad you're all here tonight to listen and provide input. So at this point in time, it's 6:34, and I'm going to call this meeting to order. Please stand as we say the flag salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam Clerk, can we take roll call?
Councilmember Gama,
Here.
Councilmember Hernandez,
Here.
Councilmember Perez,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez,
Present.
Mayor Rollins.
Here. Tonight's inspiration is going to be given by Mayor Pro Tem Martinez.
Thank you, Mayor Rollins. Seeing as Mother's Day is right around the corner, I want to say that my inspiration for this inspiration is my mom, who's my hero, Maria de Jesus Martinez Brambila, who's been my #1 fan, all my life. During my soccer games, tournaments, basketball, track, cross country, volleyball at college, and she was also my #1 supporter when I was running for office. So this is dedicated not just to my mom, but to all the mothers in the world who take care of all of us and given us life. Thank you.
Very good. Okay. Were there any things come out of closed session report?
There was no reportable action in closed session tonight.
Great, thanks. Do we have any general public comments at this time, Madam Clerk?
We did receive 4 written public comments, and we do have some comment cards submitted.
Okay. Can we go through the written ones first?
Hello, City Council and City staff. My name is Jacob Marquez. Like all of you and our residents have heard about the strict water restrictions that have been put in place. This will be very helpful in conserving our water and having us reconsider what we use it for. An average of 50% of our water is used to water our gardens, and unfortunately most on lawns. Variety-less swaths of high-maintenance, thirsty grass that more often than not are for looks rather than play or purpose. Most people take their children to our local parks or their own backyards rather than have them play in front yards within sight of passersby. So why not instead have gardens, ones that not only are beautiful but need little or no water in the long run, half as much to be exact. I encourage our city and its people to plant drought-tolerant gardens with plants from similar Mediterranean or summer dry climates. My fellow Mexicanos and Latinos already know the benefits of succulents, and others can follow by example. Better yet, we should plant California native plants, which, although not as widely available as they should be, can additionally offer habitat and food for local pollinators and animals. At the very least, we should cover the bare ground around our plants with mulch, helping reduce water loss. These are all simple and easy things each one of us can do. There are many resources available to do this for homeowners especially. Most helpful is the website bewaterwise.com, which through the Metropolitan Water District also offers rebates and monetary incentives for many of our residents to convert our lawns to drought-tolerant landscapes. I myself am working with our city to create a drought-tolerant demonstration garden at City Hall, but I encourage our city itself to do its part to apply these principles where possible, such as mulching bare areas and perhaps removing or reducing plant species that are high in water use and replacing them with drought-tolerant species. For spots in our parks that are not often used, reducing turf areas and having landscaping instead is simply good logic. Let's not be negative about this and instead see this as what it is, an opportunity for a more sustainable and beautiful city by the sea. Thank you. Dear Mayor and esteemed council members, as a constituent and a returning resident to Port Wineme, a place I was born and raised, I urge the council to reconsider the decision to put the name change to the voters at this time. The proposal of a name change in and of itself might be a consideration in the future, but shrouding it in the idea it will increase revenues by 1, attracting resident entrepreneurs, 2, increasing tourism, and 3, ensuring visibility for Wineme Beach maintenance is misleading. The City Council purports this will ensure an influx of entrepreneurial residents. What is the incentive to move here? A city name? This is magical thinking. Where would they build new businesses since there is little space to build out? Even a beach-centric city has amenities beachside. We do not. The city manager's presentation included spotty statistics of current tourist expenditures. Park enhancements were introduced as if these would draw visitors. But without substantive studies, why is this going on a ballot at all? Removing port from the name of our city and adding beach is just as one-sided in describing our city and presumptive in fixing the matter of people being confused by the city name and port name being the same. We are both a beach community and a port community. Part of the draw for many new residents is the special relationship of the port, beach, and base that is unique to our community. The dredging of our channelways is federally supervised due to needful maintenance of both the commercial and Navy pier access in Port Wineme. The environment assessment status, beach replenishment through replacement of dredging materials is considered a beneficial use. No mistake, Wineme Beach is not lost to the federal government. Furthermore, the current administration and likely future ones are actually aware of the need for stronger supply chain and infrastructure. So why try to pull away from the actual geographical position of our city, nestled between a beach and its harbor port that benefit from each other? This is a time to align ourselves and collaborate, not draw a line in the sand. I am not admonishing the council for looking to increase revenue in our community, but hanging the potential on a name change without any concrete studies in recent months that show positive outcomes to such an endeavor is irresponsible. Let's not get ahead of ourselves on spending money on a ballot vote without further spending on signage, etc., and instead look to use that money to incentivize the owners of buildings that remain vacant to provide services to residents and visitors alike, something to build on into the future to ensure future revenues grow. I urge you to slow down this name change proposition, act on behalf of your constituents, focus on solutions and enhancements first for a city that still is and can remain the friendly city by the sea. Thank you for your time. Pamela Waddell. Dear council members, I oppose a name change. It is too costly and premature. The money should be allocated to fix lights on the pier first, spruce up Bubbling Springs Park, and to create a new playground for young children on the south end of the beach. Revitalizing the blighted and vacant properties in the old downtown and along Port Wineme Road would brighten public perception of the city. Thank you. Sincerely, Judith Rude. Just useless waste of money. A name isn't going to raise interest. Reputation needs to be improved. Alyssa Byron. And we do have, at this time, 4 written in-person comments.
For those who took the time to write comments, I commend you. Takes a lot of thought and a lot of care. Okay, at first we were going to have the Wineme HOA Coalition, Ms. Jan Burke.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members of our friendly city by the sea. My name is Jan Burke. I am the resident of Wineme and a board member of the Anacapa View Beach Homes. I'm a business owner of San Miguel Produce and newly appointed chair for the new organization called the Wineme HOA Coalition. I and many of my HOA board members representing this new coalition are here tonight to introduce ourselves and explain our purpose and our mission. First, let me start with the mission. The Wineme HOA Coalition's mission is to provide Wineme HOA representatives a forum to identify and address common issues, and to collaborate with our local government officials in development and implementation of policies and projects that impact HOAs and the quality of life in our city. The coalition grew out of a coffee conversation at Anna Cappuccino last summer with 2 of my neighbor HOAs. And from there, we've now grown into today representing about 30% of the Wineme HOA community, with nearly 2,000 homeowners and approximately 4,000 residents, and growing. The Wineme HOA Coalition has discussed at length the need to partner with our city officials, and in an effort to address and share the challenges that we currently face together, such as aging and invasive trees, landscaping throughout our communities and our cities. Many of our complexes are over 40 years old and were landscaped by developers with fast-growing trees and shrubs to beautify these properties to sell quickly. We need smarter and more sustainable landscaping that meets the demands of the 21st century. The current city guidelines from early 1990s are sorely old and out of date. We need to reduce water. We've got our notices. And we need to provide more native and coastal plant aesthetic that is appropriate for our region. This is not unique to the HOAs. This is also a city and public space concern in need of the same refresh. The new water reduction plan adds to our concerns, and we want to help develop a smarter and more strategic policy to help transition water reduction without killing hundreds of trees and landscapes. Being in agriculture myself for the past 20 years and the company in 50 years, we had to reduce water consumption over the past decade by 10% each year. Today, that represents about a 48% reduction in water use for agriculture. This was not easy to do, but it was necessary to figure out so that we could maintain sustainable farming in Ventura County. We can surely figure this out together. We want to emphasize that the Wineme HOA Coalition is committed to developing a positive and productive working relationships with our city officials. I want to officially extend an invitation to Brooke Connors, our city manager, and Tony Stewart, our community development director, to join us at our next meeting. We want to begin the process of working together with the goal of bringing about positive change for our city and our HOA communities. Thank you for your time and your service to our very special and friendly city by the sea.
Thank you. Exactly 3 minutes. Very good. Okay, next we will have David Goodman.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, Council and staff. My name is Dave Goodman. I'm a candidate for United States Congress here in the 26th District, and I'm here tonight for two reasons. One, I want to introduce myself to you, and the other, I want to address one of the issues that's been a hot topic here, just briefly. I live in Oxnard over by the airport. My roots run very deep in Port Wineme. I was a level 1 reserve police officer here for 9 years. During that time, I donated in excess of 5,000 hours to the city. My son and I owned a business here. We sold it about 2 years ago. And my comments are that Port Wineme has been the best kept secret in Ventura County. There's no doubt about that. When I was on the police department, over half the officers that worked here lived here, and dozens of other officers from other communities lived here. I suspect that's not the same here. And so my comments today with respect to that issue come out of a place of love for the community and nothing but the highest regard and respect for those of you who have been entrusted to protect this community. I had the experience of going to the laundromat. I had to go do a late night load of laundry and my washer was broken over at the laundromat by Denny's at about 11 o'clock at night. If you haven't been out there at that time, you need to go. I was extremely uncomfortable with the elements out there, and I carry a gun. The city has gone downhill from when I was a police officer here. And with respect to the changing of the name of the city, it's going to take more than that to achieve the desired result. I totally support bringing that forward to the people to vote on it. That's the best decision you guys could possibly make. But in addition to that, we've got to put together some programs to help with the blight that's encroached in our city from the surrounding areas in Oxnard, which are not the best parts of town in Oxnard. We've got to do more than just change the name. I wouldn't want to bring my family here for our annual vacation because of those issues. Well, I saw people urinating in the alley behind there. It was not the kind of place that I remembered. I spent a lot of time on the graveyard shift here. It was not the kind of place I remembered, not the kind of place I would want to bring my family on vacation. So I would submit to you that in addition to those steps that are rightfully being considered, we need to look at some other things to help with the plight of the city overall. This is the best kept secret of Ventura County, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we have Anna Bola from Port Wineme Little League.
Good evening, Mayor Rollins, City Council members. My name is Anna Bolo. I am the president of Port Wineme Little League. I want to start off by saying thank you, a huge, huge thank you, because Gabby Basua confirmed with me today that we are getting a brand new snack bar in 2023. And I can't wait to post it. I know a lot of people are watching everything that's happening. If you guys don't know, I put the city meetings on display at the park so that everybody could try to get engaged with the community. I also want to give an update. I had a conference call with Charles Peretz and Anna Henley and reiterated our needs, simple needs. I'm not asking for the stars and moons here. We need help cutting the grass. We need repairs done to the city buildings. We need help repairing the irrigation. We also need some tender love and care for the park. Our lease is completely one-sided. It states that it's for the overall benefit of the community. It also states that it's our responsibility, and it literally lists city's non-responsibility. People use our baseball fields as a dog park. Families come out when we don't have games and have games out there. City staff doesn't go past the restrooms to clean up our park. I pick up trash around the park every single day I'm there. I get daily complaints about the city restrooms not being open during game times. I get complaints about city crews sitting in their trucks for hours. I get videos of up to 6 trucks at Miranda Park cleaning up the park and power washing the sidewalks. I have other leagues wanting to come down with their kids to support our cause. I'm asking people not to go to the press or petition Congresswoman Brownlee in hopes that the city can address the issues we have with our lease. It's not fair that the rest of the park, even when it's empty, gets more love than we do. We have 3 baseball tournaments and 1 softball tournament scheduled this year. We're capped at 4. We would have more if we could. I have requests for softball games from 16 to 40-year-olds that we're unable to do. There is so much more that we could do in our park, but we need your help. Please do everything that you can to make us as successful as we can be for the overall benefit of the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next we have Misty Perez, who is our council person, but will be speaking as a public citizen.
Thank you. Yes, my name is Misty Perez, and I'm addressing the council as a community member. The opinions spoken are my own and do not reflect the opinions of the city staff, the city government, or the council. I'm here to address a few items that have been posted online in community neighborhood groups. The first one is dispensary money that comes into the city is allocated to the general fund, as is indicated in the city budget, which is available for all to see, posted on the city website. It does not go back directly to the PD or in our chief's pocket, as what is being suggested. Those statements are completely false. Regarding the sheriff's contract, there was only a small fringe group who's in favor of cutting ties with our PD and contracting with the sheriff's agency. Most of our community members understand that we are getting the better end of the deal of having our own PD. Crime is down 11%. We have not had an incident of police-involved shooting or complaint of excessive force in many years, at least 8 years that I know. This is a testament to our men and women who patrol our communities. A recent study by the city of Ojai showed that the sheriff's agency under the current administration is much more expensive in the long run, and you get less service to your community. Call response time is longer, and you will lose the community connection that many of our officers have created during their time here. Our city would get maybe 2 deputies to service the area, rotated, and no department headquarters. It would be a substation only. We currently have a patrol unit of 3 and sometimes 4 on any given shift. Can you imagine what losing 1 to 2 officers would do to crime and response time? Can you imagine the difference it would make with having a deputy who doesn't know their community or its people and who hasn't invested the time? This would be no more. You would have an SO that rotates every time. We have officers with 10 to 20, almost 30 years experience in this city. They know the city like the back of their hands. There are vast differences between the county and the city. A few examples are, with the issues related to the snack bar at the Little League field, the snack bar has been there over 35 years, and when the county was contacted, it brought in a lot of red tape that we had to wade through in order to get the issues resolved. Luckily, we are wading through that, and progress is being made. Santa Paula is now in debt to the county for public safety in their recent contract. After a new contract with the county takes 80% of all their residential and business property taxes. We have been battling the county to take care of the canal, including major issues with graffiti. The county has refused to assist in this cleanup. Our own chief went out on his day off to clean up the graffiti himself. This community service will be lost. Disclaimer: I appreciate all the services that the county provides. It's just not for every community when it comes to policing. It has been stated several times in the last few council meetings that the city has allocated funding for numerous projects, which include Bubbling Springs, Little League, Dog Park, and Beach Playground, and the council will be approving those projects as part of the CIP plan. The fear-mongering and dissemination of false information needs to stop. Where some of these individuals get their facts, I just don't understand. We would serve our community better by making sure our comments and assertions were factually based rather than motivated by division, chaos, and negativity, and in an effort to pump up our own self by standing on soapboxes, seemingly pulling information out of our hats. Thank you.
Okay, there are no more. Here's your opportunity to make a public comment if you haven't gotten an opportunity yet. Otherwise, we'll be moving on to the regular agenda. Okay, so at this point, can I have an approval for the council agenda tonight?
Move to approve?
Okay, maybe we have a roll call vote. We don't need one.
No.
We don't need one. Okay, so we won't have one.
You need to take it. All in favor?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. We will now move on to our presentations for the night. The very first one is City Employee Recognition. Mr. Peretz.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members, staff members, members of the public. So we're going to start a practice tonight of recognizing city employees for various years of service. Recently, the city manager authorized the development of 5 employee committees, one of which is the Talent Committee. All of the members of such committee are here tonight. The Talent Committee is a representative, has a representation of a cross-section of departments. We have Rick Cervantes from Public Works, Jenny Salazar from Finance, Estela Castillo from Community Development, Blanca Smith from Housing and Facilities, Jason Johnson from Recreation and Community Services, Robert Albertson from the Police Department, and myself from City Administration. Did I forget anybody? Where's Frank? Frank.
Stand up.
Frank Montalongo from the Police Department too. He blended right in. Wearing camouflage tonight. So these folks are charged with developing various tasks and implementing various tasks to help develop our employees, improve employee morale, and focus on important personnel issues. One of those is employee recognition. So we're looking at a couple of different programs, but one of those is the recognition of employees for their years of service at public meetings. And tonight is the first. So we have some catch up to do. There will be recognition of employees with 25 or more years of experience, as well as recognizing folks with 15, 20, and 25 that hit those anniversary marks in the first quarter of the calendar year. So with that introduction, Chief, you want to kick us off and do the police department representatives first?
Good evening, City Council, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City staff. I'd like to call up Senior Officer Nora Starna to the podium. And let me start by sharing a little bit about her. She began her career with the City of Port Wineme, or Port Wineme Police Department, in February 19th, 2007. On July 21st, 2021, she was promoted to Senior Police Officer. Senior Officer Starna is currently assigned to the Investigative Services Division as a detective. When asked what she likes best about working for the City of Port Wineme, she says it's being able to serve its community members. She's able to serve our community by performing her designated duties and is also able to help victims of crimes. She also enjoys providing assistance to individuals who may be having a mental crisis and able to provide resources for individuals and their specific needs. Senior Officer Starna's favorite work moment thus far occurred in 2013. She was assigned investigator for a child crime case involving 7 victims. The defendant, who was a school teacher, pled guilty to the crimes and is currently serving a life sentence. Being able to help obtain justice for these victims through the investigation and knowing the defendant will no longer be able to harm another child has been the most rewarding moment in her career thus far. Everyone, Senior Officer Nora Starna. If I could call up Sergeant Jesus Chavez. Sergeant Chavez was hired by the City of Port Wineme Police Department on March 14th, 2005. On April 21st, 2011, he was promoted to Senior Police Officer, and on April 19th, 2021, he was promoted to the position of Police Sergeant. Sergeant Chavez is currently assigned to patrol and is the field supervisor for D shift, also known as weekday nights. When asked what he likes best about working for the City of Port Wineme, Sergeant Chavez answered that Port Wineme is a small community, and as a law enforcement officer, he gets the opportunity to patrol the entire city every shift he works. This allows him to interact with members of the community on a regular basis and develop professional relationships that he feels are essential in developing and maintaining trust between the community and the police department. Sergeant Chavez's favorite work moment thus far was when he met a 100-year-old member of our community during a call for service, and they had a pleasant conversation about life and candy. Sergeant Chavez enjoys going out to eat with his family and spending quality time while they enjoy their food. Everyone, Sergeant Jesus Chavez. Property and Evidence Supervisor Frank Montalongo. Come on up. He was hired on January 31st, 2005 as a police support services assistant, but he joined the department at the age of 16 as a police explorer. What year was that? 2003. So that means he's been with the city for almost 20 years. On October 26, 2009, he was promoted to Police Support Services Officer, and on September 11th, 2011, he was promoted to Property and Evidence Room Supervisor. Evidence Supervisor Montalongo is also a reserve police officer. When asked what he likes best about working for the City of Port Wineme, he answered, It's his ability to engage with the community by participating in several community events with our Explorer program. As you know, they host many, many events and assist us with many, many events, including the car shows, National Night Out, our turkey giveaway, Cops for Tots, and the upcoming NAMI event, just to name a few. He also enjoys the ability to collaborate and get to know other city employees within our departments due to the size of our organization. His favorite work moment thus far is training our police explorers and taking them to explore competitions where they have placed in many events such as hostage negotiations, active shooter, and suicidal subject calls. This was accomplished while competing against much larger police agencies such as the Los Angeles Sheriff's Office, U.S. Border Patrol, and Las Vegas Metro, to name a few. It should also be noted that we do have one of the largest police explorer units in the entire county, and we are the smallest city in the county. That should really reflect upon Henry and his brother Frank Montalongo. On his days off, Property and Evidence Supervisor Montalongo enjoys spending time with his wife Liz and their two children Zoe and Logan, especially attending their soccer games. Everyone, Senior Officer or Senior Property and Evidence Room Supervisor Frank Montalongo.
Well, good evening, everybody. Tony Stewart, Community Development Director. Unfortunately, I can't call Jennifer Ariola up this evening because she's out of town, but she knows what's happening here. So I'd still like to say a few words about her. So Jennifer is actually our third longest serving employee at this point. She's going on 32 years. I always tease her that we probably hired her when she was about 10. So Jennifer was hired back in 1990 as a Customer Service Clerk 1, and then was promoted to Service Clerk 2 in 1994. In 97, Jennifer was then transferred to Account Clerk 2. In December of 98, she then transferred to what I'd like to say is her favorite department, Community Development. And she came on board as a technician. In 2000, her position was retitled to Community Development Specialist. And finally, she was promoted to her current position a few years later as Community Development Programs Manager. When she began her current position, she was actually primarily working with the city's housing rehab and purchasing loans and rebates programs. However, with the loss of funding for the loan program due to the previous recession, as well as the retirement of the former code enforcement and parking manager here in the city, in 2017, just before I came on board, her duties were realigned where she became the parking enforcement manager, which now consumes most of her time on a daily basis. In this capacity, she supervises 2 full-time and 1 currently unfilled part-time parking enforcement officers. She processes much of the paperwork generated by our parking enforcement officers, including all of the administrative review requests. In fact, this year alone, she processed approximately 570 of those. It should be noted that managing the parking enforcement division is a difficult job, and since Jennifer deals with many irate customers who have received citations, had their vehicles towed, etc., yet she always handles these customers with dignity and professionalism. Jennifer also continues to monitor the city's neighborhood preservation program, as well as our Community Development Block Program, or CDBG, which is associated with the county. In her recent evaluation, which was excellent, by the way, Jennifer noted that what she likes best about working for the city of Port Wineme is that she's a dedicated employee who enjoys helping others and believes in going above and beyond when it comes to servicing her customers. So please help me congratulate Jennifer on her 31 years of government service. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Rollins and City Council and the public. Tonight, I want to talk a little bit about Mr. Fred Camarillo. He was hired in September of 1996 and has provided the city and citizens of Port Wineme with over 25 years of dedicated service. He has steadily moved up, helping to ensure that our solid waste and wastewater systems run smoothly. He also handles fleet and has dealt with a number of new state mandates, organic recycling, and also having to deal with air pollution emissions on our vehicles. Fred is now Deputy Director, and it's been my pleasure to work with Fred over the past 5 years, and I really appreciate his assistance. When asked, what do you like best about working for the city of Port Hueneme? Fred said, knowing the work we do makes a difference in the quality of life for residents, businesses, visitors, and experience on a daily basis. When asked, what is your favorite work moment thus far in your career with the city? Having the opportunity to work with numerous dedicated colleagues over the years, many who've become not just co-workers, but also friends outside work. And I would like to echo that Fred has certainly been a dedicated colleague, and it's been my pleasure to be the director.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Council, and audience. I'm here now to present two of my employees that I supervise that I oversee. And the first one is Donald Phillips. He's not here this evening, but Donnie, as we call him, started work here in September of 1992 with the facilities group as a building maintenance worker. He promoted in 98 to a building maintenance 2. In 2001, he had an opportunity to come over to the wastewater division and transferred over to the wastewater division as a maintenance worker 1. And then we had a chance for him to take a shot at seeing if he liked being an electrical instrumentation technician, because we had a position that was open, and Donnie has a vast background of knowledge in various areas. So he tried that. He found that it really wasn't something that he wanted to continue on as his line of work. So he came back to the wastewater division, and since 2003, he's been a wastewater maintenance worker 2. Over the years, Donnie's been involved in a lot of things. I was not his supervisor at the time when he was with facilities, but I got to know Donnie early on when I started here in 96, and I know that he spent hours upon hours fixing this building, the community center, a lot of work on the pier. Back then, the city actually owned the Seaview Apartments, and so they spent quite a bit of time doing that. They were responsible for doing all the calls and doing all the upgrades to the units over there. He also the city owned what is now the Ocean View Pavilion, and they did a lot of upgrades to that building. So I know Donnie's been involved with a lot of different things. Also, he was with us. We previously held a contract with the Naval Base, taking care of both the Port Hueneme and the Magoo site, and under contract. And we did numerous projects on both bases, and he was a big part of all of the stuff that we did out there. We also used to take care of the Channel Islands Beach District sewer system for them under a contract, and Donnie was also involved in a lot of that. So he's done a lot. He's been here in September. It'll be 30 years. And so I appreciate Donnie's ability to be a part of all of that. And he's one of those people that I have a friendship with outside of work. So I'd like to congratulate Donnie on that. The next person is Brian Flamenco. He started in June of 1996, and he started over here as it was known then as a public works maintenance collection system position. He promoted to a wastewater 3 in 1998, and he has been a lead since then. He has been with the city, like I said, since 96. Same as with Donnie. Brian was a big part in all the work that we did with both Beach District, the Navy bases. We have done so many other things that, with regard to those contracts, that I think people have forgotten about, that we had that stuff for a long time. One of the other things, Brian is always somebody that is willing to do whatever it takes to help, no matter what it is. He's been involved with a lot of water leaks. Oftentimes we'll use our wastewater equipment to help the water division because it helps manage the site better when easier with when they're trying to fix leaks. He's helped out in all kinds of areas. I've never had once where I've asked him to try and help get something done if we had a need. He's never turned me down. He's always said, "Yeah, whatever you need help with, I'm there." So he's done that. And one of the things we were talking about, and he didn't answer these other questions specifically, but one of the things he remembered, that when we were out on the Navy base, we had a officer lose his graduation ring in the sewer system. So Brian and a couple of other people went out there, and they spent quite a bit of time sending the machine that we used to clean the sewer lines and go back and forth, and they had a camera, and they eventually identified the ring in the line, and they worked it all the way back till they could get it to the manhole, and they were able to get it out, and they cleaned it and got it back to him. The guy was ecstatic. He thought that was gone forever once it went down the sewer line. Another one that was, somebody lost their wedding ring. A woman lost her wedding ring. I think it was a grandchild or a child that put it in the toilet, flushed it down the toilet. Oh my gosh. And same thing. We knew where they were, so Brian and some of the other guys went out there, used the same equipment, and did the same thing. We were able to eventually fish the wedding ring back out and got it back to the resident, and she too is ecstatic. And Brian's saying he just ran into her not too long ago, and she still remembers that. So thank you, Brian. Thank you.
March 25th, 2004. The average price of gasoline was $2.15 a gallon. NASA's Spirit rover, having landed on Mars, was conducting scientific research on the red planet. And the Boston Red Sox were wrapping up spring training for a season where they would win their first World Series since 1918. More significantly, Aaron Wedemeyer started working for the city that day. He began as our Municipal Information Services Manager. 16 months later, Aaron's position was retitled to Information Systems and Technology Manager. But regardless of his title, throughout his tenure with the city, Aaron indicates that he has enjoyed working in a small organization where he knows everybody on a first-name basis. He has found consistently that his coworkers are focused simply on getting the job done and being part of a team where everybody has common goals. Aaron cites his involvement with the implementation of HTE, the city's ERP system, as his favorite work moment. Prior to that, financial information was in silos where departments had information that was not shared among all of the agencies in the organization. And the implementation of this program allowed for that. He witnessed that the introduction of that tool facilitated key information sharing and collaboration among departments. Aaron notes that before his 18 years with the city, he was with the Navy for 14 years. Both he and his wife, who has been with Lockheed Martin for over 30 years, clearly value the importance of longevity. We wish Aaron congratulations on completing 18 years of service with the city, and thank you for your service. Thank you for giving us all the opportunity to speak about and recognize our employees celebrating significant service accomplishments. And we look forward to presenting additional employees at a council meeting in the near future.
Councilperson Gama.
Just want to congratulate everybody for working in our city and taking care of us. And it's great to hear those stories. And Frank Montalongo, I'm always amazed at all the work you do, and beautiful work at that, whether it's making a surfboard trophy or painting the Police Explorer building or all the other wonderful things you do. And to everyone else, thank you so much. We appreciate your work greatly.
Yeah, I just wanted to add that I'm very proud to see our employees doing so wonderfully and setting an example of what it is to be a good city employee. And it also, for me, I see in the recognitions tonight the fact that these employees really care about their city and they care about doing a good job. And Brian Flamenco, I just want to say, firefighters don't have anything against you. I mean, you top it all. When you go into a sewer to retrieve a ring, that's way more than I could say for a firefighter who goes into a tree to rescue a cat. I'll tell you, that's you're a hero in my book. Thank you. You're all heroes.
Yes, I want to say congratulations to everyone who's been here for that long time. It's a testament to your service, and I appreciate the dedication, and I hope to see more employees with that extended service. And just keep going, keep up the great work, and hopefully we can get the city back to where we need to with everyone working together.
And I'm really thankful that we're doing these recognitions. This is really nice. Congratulations to everyone.
I just wanted to also say thank you, Brian. I meant to follow up at the last meeting. You introduced some employees to us as part of SEIU, and that was, for me, one of the most valuable things I've ever seen presented here in City Council, because as City Council members, we don't get to mingle with employees very often, so the only chance I sometimes get to meet them is here in these council chambers. So thank you for doing that. That was quite meaningful.
I am glad that you were all recognized tonight. When I was just doing a quick ad, it's like hundreds of years of service combined to make this community great. And that's really kind of neat. And to know that there are so many people out there that have worked so many years of service, it just makes me proud. And also the heartfelt work that you've all done, above and beyond the call of duty. It just really touches me. So thank you all. And we hope to hear future council people, more people behind the scenes that make our community a nice place to live. So at this point, we're going to move on to our number 2 presentation, Mental Health Awareness Proclamation, which will be given by Council Member Perez. I will sign later on.
Okay. So yes, as you all know, May is Mental Health Month, and in recognition of that, I'll have this proclamation that will be presented to Maya Zumaya. Mental Health Awareness Month, May 2022. Whereas 1 in 5 adults in the United States will experience mental illness in a given year. And whereas suicide is the 10th leading cause of death in the United States, 90% of people who die by suicide have an underlying mental illness. And whereas public education and civic activities can encourage positive mental health and help improve the lives of individuals and families affected by mental illness. And whereas every day millions of people face stigma related to mental health and may feel isolated and alone, going years before receiving any kind of help. And whereas every community member can make a difference in helping end the silence and fight stigma by seeking to better understand mental illness and creating an environment where everyone feels comfortable reaching out for support. No one should fight alone. And whereas through the First Responders for Mental Health Initiative, over 30 agencies throughout Ventura County who are the front line of our communities have dedicated themselves to an expression of commitment by connecting with their communities and supporting those dealing with mental health issues. They will strive for community awareness and education by fundraising for NAMI Ventura County and taking part in various events throughout the month of May, including the NAMI Walk. And whereas the City of Port Hueneme wishes to enhance public awareness of mental health, now therefore be it proclaimed that the City Council of Port Hueneme does hereby state the May 2022 as Mental Health Awareness Month in the City of Port Hueneme, and the people of Port Hueneme are encouraged to come together to recognize mental health is universal and applies to everyone, and acknowledge that it is okay to ask for help, and finally to encourage individuals to take care of their mental health by recognizing when they need help and to seek support. Well,
You want to bring the proclamation?
thank you, Maya, for all your dedication to mental health, and we need to sign that still. But thank you. Rick's gonna take a picture. Thank you.
Thank you to the city for all your support.
We will now move on to the number 3 presentation, Peace Officers Memorial Day and National Police Week Proclamation by our Chief of Police, Salinas.
Thank you, Mayor. So in recognition of Police Officers Memorial Day and Police Officers Memorial Week, which is generally designated the same week as May 15th, 2022, I'd like to read the city's proclamation. Whereas the Congress and President of the United States have designated May 15th, 2022 as National Police Officers Memorial Day and the week in which it falls as Police Week, and whereas there are approximately 900 law enforcement officers serving in communities across the United States, including the dedicated men and women of the Port Hueneme Police Department. And whereas the members of the Port Hueneme Police Department recognize their duty to serve the people by safeguarding lives and property, by protecting them against violence or disorder, and by protecting the innocent against deception and the weak against oppression and intimidation. Whereas it is proper that we express our gratitude for the dedicated service and courageous deeds of the men and women of the Port Hueneme Police Department and for the contributions they have made to the security and well-being of all people in our community. And whereas more than 20,000 law enforcement officers in the United States have made the ultimate sacrifice and have been killed in the line of duty, including 28 sworn officers in the county of Ventura. And whereas the names of these dedicated public servants are engraved on the walls of the National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial in Washington, D.C. And whereas May 15th, 2022 is designated as National Peace Officers Memorial Day in honor of the service and sacrifice of all officers killed in the line of duty. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the City Council of the City of Port Hueneme formally designate May 11th through May 17th, 2022 as Police Week and May 15th, 2022 as Peace Officers Memorial Day in the City of Port Hueneme, and publicly salute the service of law enforcement officers in our community and in the communities across the nation. So during this time, I would also like to take this moment to recount the incident involving the last officer killed in the line of duty here in Ventura County. Sergeant Ron Helis was shot and killed on November 7th, 2018 at 11:20 p.m. after responding to an active shooter at the Borderline Bar in Thousand Oaks. When he arrived, Sergeant Helis heard gunfire coming from inside the bar, which was occupied by nearly 200 college students. He and California Highway Patrol officer immediately made entry into the bar and confronted the shooter, but Sergeant Helis was shot 5 times by the subject and severely wounded. He was also struck 1 time by friendly fire round during the shooting. Sergeant Helis was taken to a local hospital where he died from his wounds. 11 citizens were also shot and killed in this incident, and numerous others were wounded. Sergeant Helis served the Ventura County Sheriff's Office for 29 years. He is survived by his wife Karen, and his son Jordan, who I've had the proud privilege of meeting recently. With that, I'd also like to notify City Council of some upcoming events which will recognize several of our officers and those who have paid the ultimate sacrifice. The Oxnard Police Department will be holding a police memorial ceremony on Wednesday, May 11th at 10:30 a.m. at the Oxnard Police Department. You are all welcome to attend. The following day, the county will be holding its police memorial ceremony on Thursday, May 12th at 10 a.m. at the Government Center by the Police Officers Memorial as well. And then this Saturday, the Carry the Load event hosted by 9/11 at Ease will be honoring our fallen officers. Again, this Saturday, May 7th at Channel Islands Harbor Marina at 8:45. It will be a walk which will pay respect and honor to our fallen first responders and military members as part of this nationwide relay. And so if you do come, be prepared to walk 4 miles.
Ooh.
So with that, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We will now have our fourth presentation, Public Works Week Proclamation.
Good evening, Mayor Rollins, City Council, members of the public and staff. I have a brief presentation and then we have the proclamation. Public Works update and proclamation of Public Works Week. Public Works Week is May 15th through May 21st, 2022. This year's theme for Public Works Week is Public Works Ready and Resilient. Again, National Public Works Week is May 15th through May 21st. And this past year, Engineering and Streets Division, we continued with our citywide pavement maintenance program. We've completed phase 1 through phase 6 of a multi-year pavement maintenance plan for Ventura Road. Ventura Road is now fully resurfaced from Surfside to Channel Islands Boulevard. The Ann Street neighborhood was resurfaced and completed in August of 2021. Ocean View Drive was resurfaced, and that was completed in October of 2021. Wineme Bay Alleys Phase 2 was a grind and overlay, and that was completed in January 2022. And we continue to make asphalt repairs throughout the city. Here's a couple of photos of the resurfacing of Ventura Road Phase 6, and the cost was just over $204,000, and again, it was completed in June of 2021. The Ann Street neighborhood resurfacing. On the right, you can see a vicinity map showing the streets that were resurfaced, and again, photographs of some of the machinery doing the work. It was completed in August, and the total cost was just over $286,000. Ocean View Drive resurfacing. That was completed in October 2021 for a cost of just over $52,000. And these were all funded with gas tax. In addition, upgrading city facilities to meet ADA requirements. 746 Industrial Avenue is our facilities and housing building. And working with the facilities division, we oversaw the contract for bringing it up to exterior ADA, a new concrete parking lot with ADA access, ramp, stairway, driveway, new handrails, access gate, upgraded landscaping, irrigation, and utility lines. The total cost for this was just slightly under $100,000, and the exterior of the building now meets ADA compliance. The Promenade bike path, the city of Port Wineme constructed a Class 1 bike path and scenic pedestrian walkway. The length is just over half a mile. The pavement was resurfaced and restriped, and this was partially funded from the TDA, the Transportation Development Act, and that's a local transportation fund. And this was completed in December of 2021. And on the right, you can see the bike lane and pedestrian walkway, and that leads from the from Market Street to the lighthouse. Wineme Bay Alley Paving Phase 2. There on the right, you can see the alleys that were ground and overlaid. This was completed in March of this year for a cost of $223,000. Speed cushion placement, we just recently, the end of March, completed putting speed cushions were placed on 8th Street, North 8th Place, and Park Avenue by the Public Works street crew for a cost of just over $22,000. And part of our ongoing traffic safety program throughout the city, we've identified areas that meet the criteria for speed attenuation and speed cushions. We typically will go work with the PD and we'll look at things like stop signs, new crosswalks, high visibility flagging, and then if there's still an issue, we would move to the speed cushions. The priority for speed cushions are residential areas with streets less than 50 feet wide in neighborhoods where you have parks or schools or senior housing. And last council meeting, the council approved funding for additional speed cushions in the Bolker Park neighborhood. Those will be going in later this year, and we have an ongoing program of identifying other areas that will receive speed cushions as funding becomes available. The work right there on 8th Street and Park, that was funded with gas tax funds. The Bolker Park neighborhood will be funded by Measure U funds. Miranda Park tennis court fence repair. There was a fence. The fencing for one of the tennis courts was severely damaged and needed to be replaced. That was done and completed in October for a cost of just over $15,000. Also, we reconstructed the second set of pickleball courts and resurfaced them, and that was completed in October for a cost of just $227,000. Gopher mitigation for all city parks. We've been very successful, and I'm proud to say landscape staff, public works staff has eradicated most of the gopher problems in the city. You see very few new gopher mounds. We have an aggressive ongoing program to eliminate gophers, and that's working very well. A landscape maintenance division, Arbor Day was March 10th. The tree planting ceremony was along Bubbling Springs and Miranda Park. Water division, we have aging infrastructure. List a number of recent water line breaks. The water division responded to 26 leaks in the last 12 months. And unfortunately, currently I was just informed, we've got 3 new leaks, one on Pleasant Valley Road, which our water division is handling. And we continue to work at upgrading, replacing aging valves and working on replacing sections of old line. The wastewater division, Ventura Road sewer repair. It's currently under construction now, and this is the sewer line that serves the small restroom at the beach, and that should be completed within 3 weeks. All right, community outreach. We continue to do community outreach. We had the Earth Day, and oops, let me go back one here. Earth Day, and at the Wineme Beach Festival, we'll be having a Public Works information booth where we'll give out information about solid waste, recycling, and of course, water conservation. That is the last council meeting, we moved to a level 2 drought emergency water shortage. And our solid waste vehicles have WaterWise billboards on the side. We're going to be deploying our digital message boards saying, conserve water. We mailed out flyers this month to all our with all our utility bills, both in English and Spanish. It's posted on the city website. We're doing other social media outreach, and we'll be reaching out to the HOAs and also to the restaurants. So, okay. And the proclamation, the National Public Works Week proclamation, May 15th to May 21st, 2022. Whereas public works professionals focus on infrastructure, facilities, emergency management, and services that are vital importance to sustainable and resilient communities and the public health, high quality of life, and well-being of the people of the city of Port Hueneme. And whereas these infrastructure, facilities, and services could not be provided without the dedicated efforts of public work professionals who are federally mandated first responders, and the engineers, managers, employees at all levels of government and private sector who are responsible for rebuilding, improving, protecting our nation's transportation, water supply, water treatment, solid waste systems, public buildings, and other structures and facilities essential for our citizens. And whereas it is in the public interest for the citizens, civic leaders, and children in the city of Port Hueneme to gain knowledge and maintain ongoing interest and understanding of the importance of public works, first responders, public works programs in their respective communities. And whereas the health, safety, and comfort of our community depends on these facilities and services, as well as their planning, design, and construction, which is vitally dependent upon the efforts and skill of our public works officials. And whereas the year 2022 marks the 62nd annual National Public Works Week, sponsored by the American Public Works Association, be it now known, therefore be it proclaimed that the City Council of Port Hueneme hereby designate the week of May 15th through May 21st, 2022 as National Public Works Week. We urge all citizens to join the representatives of the American Public Works Association and government agencies in activities, events, and ceremonies designated to pay tribute to our public works professionals, engineers, managers, employees, and to recognize the substantial contributions they make to protecting our national health, safety, and quality of life. Thank you. Are there any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Villafana. You said Class 1 bike path?
Yes.
Was that, could you explain that?
Class 1 bike path is where you are not adjoining, it's separate from the travelway. Okay, you've got Class 1, Class 2, and Class 3, where Class 3 is basically share the road. Class 2, you've got a separation, but Class 1 is a total separation. We've got several stretches in the community. The bike path along the Bubbling Springs corridor would be classified as a Class 1 bike path because it is separated from the roadway.
And are the specifications already established as to how it's going to be laid out?
Yes, yes, it is.
Right. So you have to follow a pre-engineered scheme.
Right. There's a guideline set out by the state of California, Caltrans, for the various types of Class 1, 2, and 3 type bike paths. And that's what we followed.
Right. Because I recall at some point a few months ago, somebody was questioning the wisdom of it. But as it is explained tonight, it's already predetermined how it's going to be laid out.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Mr. Villafana, thank you so much, and congratulations on your National Public Works Week. I know your guys work really hard. I see them out there in the elements, the rain, the wind, the heat. You've done a really great job in accomplishing all these projects over the years. You've made our city not only more beautiful, but safer, and I really like the new bike path on the Promenade. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I just want to kind of just highlight, the fact that you've done such good work as far as like helping make the streets safer with the different types of speed bumps and that type of thing. I think like that shows that, our city has been very responsive to a lot of the concerns there. So thank you very much.
Well, thank you. I've got a great team and want to thank my team for the good work, and I'm very proud to be the director.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. So now we're going to move on to the consent agenda. I will be reading the titles of each of the consent agenda. Do I also need to read the recommendations? Yes, okay, so be prepared. Number 5, approve the minutes of the City Council regular meeting of April 18th, 2022, and the City Council special meeting of April 25th, 2022. The recommendation is to approve the regular and special meeting minutes. Number 6, receive and file the financial cash disbursements from April 12th, 2022 through April 25th, 2022. The recommendation is to receive and file the disbursements. Number 7, accept the Emergency Management Performance Grant in the amount of $11,754. The recommendation is adopt and approve the resolution authorizing the acceptance of $11,754 from the 2021 Emergency Management Performance Grant. Number 8, authorization to award the contract to J&H Engineering Incorporated to resurface Surfside Drive from Industrial Avenue to Port Wineme Road. The recommendation is to authorize the Public Works Director to award the contract to resurface a section of Surfside Drive. It is also recommended that the City Council authorize the appropriation of the gas tax funds for this project. Number 9, Treasurer Quarterly Investment Report. The recommendation is to receive and file the March 31st, 2022 Treasurer's Report as presented. Number 10, ratification of side letter to comprehensive memorandum of agreement with the Port Wineme Police Officers Association. The recommendation is to ratify a side letter to the comprehensive memorandum of the agreement MOA between City of Port Wineme and the Port Wineme Police Officers Association. Contract period July 21st, 2015 through June 30th, 2016. May we have a motion and second?
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Okay, great. We will now move on to the business items. Number 11 is the City Council representation at the Smart Coast California Policy Summit. We have a report by Mr. Connors.
Yes, I have a slight report. It's mainly an introduction. The Smart Coast Committee had invited Councilmember Gamba to represent the city of Port Wineme in their summit that they will discuss climate impacts to our coastal communities. And in particular, he will be with and share information with experts in the field of climate-related coastal impacts. And he will present his draft presentation to this council to seek approval for that information to be provided to the Smart Coast Summit. And with that, I will turn this over to Councilmember Gama.
Technical difficulty. So real quickly, I've been invited to speak at the Smart Coast California Policy Summit in Long Beach on May 20th, 2022. And I've been asked to present our city's unique beach reality and the history of our dependence on biannual dredging for Wineme Beach's sustainability. Smart Coast California is a 501c established in 2019 to promote and advocate for smart land use policies which affect California's 1,100 miles of coastline. The goal is to learn from each other's unique coast and beach situations and adopt practical policies that protect our coast. Our coast needs to be protected so that those living near it and visiting all can continue to enjoy the use of California beaches. I came into contact with Smart Coast when they presented at our last Beach Erosion Authority for Clean Oceans and Nourishment Beacon meeting. I am on the board of directors and Councilwoman Hernandez is the alternate. At that same meeting, we heard from the Navy's Environmental Resource Manager who shared their unique situation 3 miles down coast from us, which we are a part of. Attending the summit will also be the California Coastal Commission, many California local government officials, several beach communities. There will be a lot of focus on local coastal planning and sea level rise plans. Every coastal community is unique and has regional and benefits from regional collaboration, and it's good to advance shared learning. Well, I got this backwards. It's good to advance shared learning, and we certainly have a lot to share with regards to our very unique coastal situation here in the city of Port Wineme. And this presentation will only be directed towards getting the participants to understand the uniqueness of our beach community and the fact that we rely on a sand trap. This is a picture of the sand trap. And the fact that biannual dredging is 100% responsible for sustaining Wineme Beach. We hope to develop relationships, hope to learn from others and hear what other coastal communities are faced with. And Beacon's going to be there as well, a couple representatives from Beacons. And so it's a really good opportunity for us to collaborate regionally, learn from others, and share our unique coastline story with regards to how it came to be and how we rely on biannual dredging to preserve our beach. And this is a photo of the first day of dredging, and I like to show what it looks like when dredging is done. And then this is another photo from a different angle. And so there's a whole lot to share with our unique situation. And of course, I'm going to end our presentation with a surfing dolphin at Wineme Beach. Any questions?
Do we have any questions from council? Councilperson Hernandez.
Will you be addressing, first of all, it sounds like a very interesting conference, and I realize the Smart Coast Group is fairly new, but will you be addressing any city policy issues or anything from our local coastal plan in your presentation?
No. What, again, I'm asked to present our unique situation, and what we're learning is that every coastal community is different. Like, we all have different interactions, and so there isn't a one size fits all for any coastal issue. There's always something to learn from other coastal communities who have different problems, and that's one of the things that we've been learning in a Beacon is, when we talk about Carpinteria, Santa Barbara, Ventura, it's all different. And so we're trying to, I think this is really good for the future. We have sea level rise that we have to start to think about. And I think it's a really good step forward, trying to bring all the coastal communities and coastal enthusiasts, environmentalists together to work with common solutions. And so I'm just excited to be a part of it.
I just understand that the Smart Coast California is also advocating against managed retreat, which is a coastal commission position when it comes to mitigating against sand erosion on our coastline. So I just want to make sure we don't take any policy decisions or make any policy statements in that regard. I don't think that would benefit us in general, but
Neither do I. And it's interesting you bring that up because Mark Baylor and I, executive director of Beacon, we had a conversation Sunday, which I guess was yesterday, and we were talking exactly about that managed retreat may be appropriate for certain areas, but not all areas, and that's kind of the beauty of going and listening, and because it's going to be like a regular conference. There'll be several topics to go listen in on and learn, presented by the Coastal Commission and other advocates but yeah, there's a lot to learn. There's a lot to collaborate, and if we could get people to understand that managed retreat doesn't work for all situations. Certainly doesn't work here. I mean, we have to. Our situation
no,
is.
it doesn't.
Yeah, our situation is is manage the dredge every 2 years to sustain Wineme Beach.
Well, we have
Yeah.
critical facilities on our coastline that can't actually be picked up and moved, for one thing.
Right, right. So yeah, I think I'm really excited. And I know if anyone else would like to come, you can. And I'll be super excited to report back to the council when we get back.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, my only input is if we can add a couple more photos.
Yeah, I do.
And then if you need help, I can also help too.
I watered it down a little bit for this to be sensitive to your time, but
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
because the photos, the additional photos in the presentation are ones that you've seen many times, so I didn't want to drag you through all 22
Okay.
photos,
Sounds
but I
good.
just gave but again, the mission is to explain the history and our unique situation with our beach, and that's it.
So I just had one question, and that is, the Smart Coast California, how do they coordinate with Beacon? I'm not sure exactly what the relationship is with them. Are they a part of them? Are they a separate group?
No,
Maybe you can
so
enlighten me.
okay. One California, one coast is their motto, and they are a group of realtors, if you could believe that, realtors and brokers who established this 501c to advocate for better policy making. Now, does that mean that they have all the answers? I don't think so, and I think what it does, it opens the door to collaboration, regional interaction, and learning, and one of the conversations that I had after initially meeting them is getting, they didn't understand our unique situation here in our city, and how the Channel Islands Harbor was built specifically to trap sand so that we could move it around the corner and let it go down towards Point Magoo. And so it's just a great opportunity to get people to collaborate, learn from each other, and hopefully the Smart Coast people are, and I know they are, that they're in this to learn as well.
So we have, may we have a motion to authorize Councilman Gama on behalf of the city to present the city council approved information to attendees at the Smart Coast California Policy Summit.
I'll recommend approval.
Second.
Okay, maybe have a roll call vote.
Do I recuse myself?
Do we need a roll call vote on
Or
this?
can we just say aye?
Historically, we've used a roll call vote for business items.
Okay.
Legally, you don't need to outside of a public hearing. So for posterity's sake, the continuing practice would be to do roll call.
I don't think we need a roll call. Everybody, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion passes. Okay, we will now move on to city manager's comments and reports.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, Honorable City Council. I have a few notes I'll share. Most are updates. Most are updates related to a lot of popular public comment items. So I'll start with those. First one is Destination Playground. There has been an initial design by our architect that had been returned to the public via a couple events, including a lengthy period for people to come in the library and make comments. All those inputs have been collected. It's with our architect, Lauterbach and Associates, and we expect to bring the final design and plan to council within a month. Right on, I would say simultaneous to that is the snack bar, the Little League. Lauterbach is also our design and plan expert on that project, and that one is moving with the same pace, and we expect that to be with council within a month for approval for the design of that project. And when those designs are approved, then we can take it and we can put it out to contract. So those are the two things. The dog park is the third priority that Lauterbach is working on, and it's combined with the community garden. That is waiting for these two other projects to clear as queue before they proceed with the dog park design and plan, and then that will come to City Council for approval and then contract award immediately after that. We had our crack IT team put their thinking caps on, and they invested in a couple of very small minor parts, and they have a system that will allow us to do hybrid meetings in city council as we await our final solution that ARPA funds have been assigned to. So although we've tested it, I didn't want to make this the debut meeting. So at our next council meeting on the 16th, we are going to have a hybrid system fully operational, so people can contribute or participate not only live but through a Zoom feed. You'll see monitors and you'll see some additional cameras and microphones set up, and we'll probably set this up immediately after this council in the next couple of days. So that's an opportunity to, again, expand our ability to connect with the public. And the last thing I have is, although we hear from Mr. Jacob Marquez quite a bit, we are actually partnered on a project right out here in front of City Hall, where he's taken a plot right in front of the police department, and he's putting a sustainable garden in there. We're going to film and capture the process. His chief mentor is our mayor, Mayor Rollins, and it's going to be a great story to talk about drought. That's going to about native plants, and really to celebrate a 17-year-old that is engaged and committed to making his community better. And with that, that's my input for now. Thank you.
All righty. Very positive meeting tonight. So now we will move on to council member. Oh, do we have any questions for our city manager?
I had one clarification. What was the first item you spoke about, the update?
The destination playground
Oh, destination play. Okay, thank
on
you.
the beach.
Okay, thank you.
Just interested, what were the parameters for the Lauterbach Dog Park?
The parameters in terms of size and scope, I don't know exactly what the dimensions are, if that's what you're asking.
Well, I'm just wondering if it's going to be this grandiose thing or it's going to be
It's-
minimalistic.
It's going to be configured within the confines of the park master plan, which is centroided at the little dog leg at Bubbling Spring Parks. It's tree dense, so it's going to have to fit and package within there, and also in locations for sunlight to enhance the community gardening experience. The actual dimensions I don't have right now, Councilman Gamba. Sorry, I can get that back to you though pretty quick.
Okay, well, now we will move on to council member reports and comments, and we will start on that end. Councilperson Gama.
I attended the Flower Fest on Saturday, and it was kind of interesting. It was presented to us as something that was going to be much, much larger than what it actually was, and everything seemed to be pretty under control. I mean, it was pretty mellow. It wasn't all crazy, and I was concerned when we were first presented with the plan that it was going to have a footprint as large as the Wineme Beach Festival, and it didn't. It had a very small, lot smaller than we had been told. So, really interested in seeing what happened with regards to the things that we were concerned about before. I was at Bubbling Spring. I did the beach cleanup this weekend, of course, and then afterwards I go by Bubbling Springs with my bucket, and I am looking to understand how we could get more resources there. It was brought up to me by a couple people that pickleball gets a lot of attention and nobody plays to play pickleball, yet the kids, the baseball little league gets little attention and they're responsible for doing all kinds of stuff. And so I know that we're working to look at that, and that's kind of what the public sees. And then and I hope that we could continue to improve our ability to manage our fields, because the weeds they're kind of out of control. I do want to make City Attorney, maybe you could help me. I wanted to introduce in my comment a concept and then suggest an agenda item for it. Is that okay? Can I?
You may suggest an agenda item and describe it however you see fit. The real issue with the Brown Act is that there cannot be discussion. So as long as you phrase it to give enough information as you see appropriate, then there can be a vote on it with the council, but they can't discuss your proposal.
So I should wait till agenda setting,
Yeah, that would be appropriate, but even still, there still can be no discussion on it.
but I could introduce the concept with not a lengthy, but a very detailed, perhaps.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll wait.
Oh, thank you,
Council
Mr. Mayor.
President Hernandez.
Yeah, I just want to share with council a meeting that I attended through the League of California Cities. It was a legislative review on what the league is looking at from a public safety standpoint. I sit on the Public Safety Committee representing Region 45, which is Camarillo, Oxnard, and Port Wineme. And there's actually two pieces of legislation that we spent time discussing. One is SB 1326, having to do with interstate agreements for transporting cannabis. And the motion that was made at the meeting was just to whether or not to take it to the board in support or not in support. And, you know, what was interesting about that discussion is that there's a lot of cities out there right now who don't support cannabis at all. And so I think they say 1 out of 5 cities don't support cannabis. Or do support cannabis. And we have 144 of 482 cities that actually have cannabis dispensaries in their cities. So this interstate agreement is very meaningful to those who don't want cannabis in their communities. And so it was voted down. In terms of the position the California League of Cities wanted to take in terms of moving this forward. But there will be more discussion on it, I'm sure. And the other piece of legislation had to do with law enforcement public health orders. This is SB 1464, which requires, it basically requires all law enforcement agencies and sheriffs, police chiefs to follow the current law, which enforces all orders of the State Department of Public Health regarding the spread of any contagious, infectious, or communicable disease. This legislation would put some teeth into the law by requiring that police chiefs and sheriffs enforce that measure. So that was discussed quite at length, and there'll be continued discussion on that as well. Other than that, I've got a strategic planning meeting coming up on Wednesday with the RDP 21. I have a VRSD meeting on Thursday, and I wanted to let the council know that the Ventura County Library Foundation had a successful event on Saturday with the home tour of 6 homes that were destroyed during the Thomas Fire and then have since been rebuilt. Those homes were placed on tour, and we had over 350 people purchase tickets. We sold out. And the tour was a great success. Everybody enjoyed themselves. They enjoyed the time they had to look at the houses and learn about how to build safe houses, fire-resistant houses, and to hear the stories of the owners who went through those fires and who lost everything in that fire in 2017. We're going to do it again next year. It was so successful. We raised over $10,000, and the proceeds will go to support local library programs in Ventura County, including our own public library here in Port Wineme.
Oh, that's great.
That's all I have. Thank you.
I have no committee updates. SCAG conference is this week, which I'll be attending. So I have nothing to report as to any of the committees. I do want to remind, and hopefully we'll be getting out dates for Coffee with a Cop and several other fundraising events that are happening for mental health awareness to raise funds in support of NAMI.
I just want to say that yesterday's beach soccer event was really fun. I encourage all of you guys to show up to the next one. The next event for sure is going to be on this 15th, but it'll be basketball. So it won't be soccer, but basketball is pretty popular. So I recommend you guys go. I mean, just go just for fun. You know, even if you don't win, I think you'll have a good time.
But I want to win.
My issue is I don't think I can play. My knees are shot.
Well, that's where you get practice, you know? Thank you.
I just said a few things. Today I was at the interviews for the Ventura County Air Pollution Board. Some of you may have remembered Lackey Tosopoulos recently retired. And so we went through the interviews today, and hopefully in the next few weeks, we will choose a person. I was planning to go to the Southern California Association of Governments convention, but Sharon Claris, our senior exercise person for many, many years, is receiving a Woman of the Year award at the Seroptimus for Oxnard and Port Hueneme, and so I will be there to present that award to her. It's this coming Friday.
Can we attend as well?
Certainly, I think it does cost money, but yes.
Okay.
But you may, in fact, I'm sure she'd like a lot of us there to help
Okay, so
recognize her.
It's
I'll give you
actually
that
on Thursday.
information.
okay. Yeah, I think we should
Councilmember,
recognize.
it's
her.
actually on Thursday.
We had our REACH board last Thursday, and they're looking for actively involved board members throughout the community. One of the big parameters there is that we need to raise money to do good things for the community. And so they're looking for board directors to be able to serve on that committee that want to help raise money. And they're also looking for a student, since many of the programs that we do are for the youth in this community. We're looking for a youth representative to help share some of the ideas that they'd like to see in the community. So,
Jacob?
I generally speaking, it can be under 21. Interestingly, we've had students in the past, and what happens is when they graduate, they move on to things, and so we lose them. And so it's a perpetual type of a thing. So we're looking, but I think the rules are they need to be under 21 and be, huh? At least a senior in high school and live within the community. So let's see what else. I'm not sure how to present it. I've been the representative for the Association of Water Agencies for the last 3 years, and I don't know. They just wanted to get some kind of endorsement, I guess, from the city council. I would like to continue to serve in that role. I don't know if we need to do anything other than that. We have that I continue to serve as a representative for the Association of Water Agencies. No, I think, yeah, I think so.
Wait a minute.
I think perhaps so. So I don't know, perhaps we need to put that on the next agenda. I don't know.
Let's talk about that.
Okay. Okay, great.
Well, that's interesting. So our committee list says no representative nominated. We must have not done that in January.
I think that's why it came up. I know.
Okay.
So anyway, that's it. So we will now move on to requests for future agenda items. Do we have some requests for future agenda items? Mayor Pro Tem,
All right, so I have two items. We had talked about this as an option last year. Nothing was done about it. But from my understanding is I've been told that parking enforcement is generally a sector of the police department, and here in our city, it's not. So I would like to, kind of ask city staff for a presentation on what it would look like for us to actually move parking enforcement over to the police department. Not necessarily meaning that we're going to do it, but I'm just saying like a presentation.
I'll second that.
okay, so we have a motion to what it would be like to have the parking enforcement move to the police department. We have a motion and a second by Councilman Perez and first by, so can we have a roll call vote?
All in favor?
Aye, I like this. Great.
All opposed?
Okay, we want, perhaps we need to have a regular roll
Sorry.
call vote. Because I didn't see all hands raised up.
Okay, I'm just.
Yeah.
I'll
All in-
vote aye.
all
I'll
opposed?
vote aye. Yeah, I'll vote aye. I'm good.
Okay, great. Okay, so now,
My
the
second
one.
request, man, one of my goals would be to get new bathrooms on our beach and maybe kind of fix up some of the other bathrooms in our parks. I know that it would be extremely expensive, and so I don't know if that's something that we can actually afford, but I would like us to do some research on some of the options that we would have. I know something was brought up, like maybe getting
So that's exactly what I was going to propose, is that we consider a bond. In my economic mind and education, I know that when inflation's going up, bond prices go down, inverse relationship. So I was thinking that maybe our bathrooms, 50 years old, Bubbling Springs, all the parks, and maybe we could do a quick research on a bond or bathroom at Boulker, new bathrooms at all our parks.
And so my motion is for us to do some research on on potential opportunities for us to afford to get new bathrooms in our facilities.
Okay, so there's a motion to research the possibility of having a park bond act for the specific purpose of improving or replacing bathrooms at our park and beach facilities. So,
There's some discussion going down there amongst the manager and attorney. Are we okay?
Yeah, we're fine. It doesn't relate to this meeting.
Okay.
so there's a motion and I'm sorry.
If I may, when you're talking about that, one of the options that our finance department may, or our deputy city manager may want to do is look at the county of Ventura. I've worked for the county of Ventura in capital projects before, and it was not uncommon because of the greater borrowing power of the county of Ventura to partner with a city, and so that they would go out and get certificates of participation, basically bonds, to fund numerous capital projects for the county. But if a city had a good credit rating, they could approach the county and ask to be part of that. And it's a savings to the city. So that may be a way for the city. If we're only looking at small projects, let's say $5 to $10 million, the county may be able to add us on to their next group of certificates of participation bonds, so that there's some economy of, there's some savings to the volume that the county is going to borrow. And that's just something that I've seen done in the past with the county. And when I was with the city of Thousand Oaks, that's exactly what we did for the East Valley Sheriff Station. So that would be one thing to look into. You may want to look into.
So I would
Okay,
just like to,
That's a conversation for us to have
So-
outside of a council meeting. We'll
Yeah.
discuss that tomorrow.
And my motion was just to do research on what we can do to actually afford it. And that could be a possibility of
okay.
what it could be. So
right, but I didn't get to make my agenda item, which was to fast track, quick study, research on what it takes to get a bond, get a presentation to us so that if it's something that we could do, we could get it done in this cycle.
So are you seconding his, or are you creating your own, or? tell me?
Well, I just want to, I'm hoping to get,
It seems like they're connected, but in the interest of not having a Brown Act violation here, I would suggest we just do a voice vote on those two combined so that just because they're connected, there will be a financing component of rebuilding the bathrooms and whatnot. And a bond could be something that we're looking at, or that we could look at. The only word of caution I would have is you say quick and bond, and that's never the case. Quickly and bond.
So the ultimate thing, there's a motion that we look for some kind of funding, be it bond or whatever.
Yeah, or whatever.
Because the bathrooms are a priority within our community. We have a second by Councilman Gama. Do we need a individual vote, or
Wait
can
a-
we? Okay, we have some, we can't have
Okay,
conversation
you're
on
gonna
it.
need to restate the motion, because I do support the researching of it, but I don't support the fast tracking element to it. Because now we're elevating something to a priority
Okay.
level, and
No, so
that's,
my motion is for the city, our city staff to do some research on what we can do to afford new bathrooms on our beach, whether it be a bond or, any.
because we already have other priorities.
Okay, so do we have we don't have a second on that
no,
one.
no,
We have a second.
but the motion was for the beach.
So bathrooms at the beach, at all parks.
Beach and the parks.
Right.
Okay, so we have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Martinez and a second by Councilman Perez. Roll call vote.
Roll call vote. Mayor Pro Tem Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember Gama,
Yes.
Councilmember Perez,
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez.
Yes,
Mayor Rollins.
Yes. Okay, motion. Do we have any other requests for future agenda items? Okay,
I do have actually one.
oh, you do? Okay, great.
I know that we eliminated a line item on the ARPA funding for our website. I believe it was ARPA funding. I would like to see us push that up on a priority list somewhere that, and I don't know if it's in the IT plan, but maybe you could report back, Mr. City Manager, on what plans there are to improve our website.
Yeah, we mentioned the talent team, but there's another team, IT and media, Wineme Go, and the website are the focus areas for rehab. We're working with Civic Plus, and we're reformatting and collecting and reorganizing data with them right now. So that's underway.
Okay, thank you. Then I don't need an agenda item.
Okay, great. There was one other one that I was going to do. And this may not require agenda item, but you'll be making a presentation. We'll be doing a presentation on the CIP programs.
Yeah, and based on the conversation we just had, there are projects in the CIP that one is potential lifeguard station / restroom improvement at the beach. There's one approved project, Miranda Park building, which would include bathrooms, and the Bubbling Springs Parks Master Plan. There's restrooms and stuff like that in there already. So some of these may be covered, but I will make sure that I will take those elements of it and make sure they're addressed in the CIP brief, which will be on the 16th of May.
Okay. Well, at this point in time, I move to adjourn this meeting. It is now 8:23 p.m. We will be
recessing to closed session to complete discussion of closed session item 2, which is conference with labor negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6. And then what will happen is I would request Councilmember Perez's recusal once again. And then after the closed session adjourns, we will come back publicly to this meeting. We will reconvene the city council meeting where I will report out any potentially reportable actions, and then this meeting can be adjourned. Yes, you cannot go in the back. Well, actually, no, you can leave. The only requirement is that you can't be in there.
You can ask to be excused.
Before you guys go, can you sign?
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you all for coming. Congratulations.
Yes,
over
which
there.
unfortunately means you have to
Do you
stay.
want me to sign?
Because you need to, actually, you know what?
The vote?
We'll just take note and we'll provide it.
Okay.
Everybody here? Okay, public out there, we are going to reconvene the regular city council meeting. It is now 9:16. Mr. City Attorney, was there any reportable action in the closed session?
Mayor Rollins, there was no reportable action taken tonight.
Okay, so now it is now 9:16, and this meeting is now adjourned.